Lizard.
Crazy Canadian J7 is here first.
Crazy Canadian J7 would like to give Katu a treat.
Lizard.
Papanergal 69420 just claimed second.
Okay. So I moved the mic. It might be a little bit louder now. Be a little bit more chill as well. And maybe, just maybe, I won't be mumbly. Trying something anyway. Yeah. What you up to, sweetie? Did you know that someone redeemed a treat for you? Do you know that someone redeemed a treat for you? Are you interested in a treat? What do you mean, meow? Is that what you really want right now? Huh? Huh? Is that what you want? Hmm? Hmm? Can I interest you in a treat? Did you want some lickies? Do you want a licky treat? Welcome in, Texas Wordsmith. Social alien, welcome in. Here's our booth. Oh, snap. Yes, Nurgle, I do. Exclamation. Uh, mm-hmm. And you be safe at Twisted Lords Con, Texas Wargaming. For those curious. You're welcome, and I'm in utter fear. She's very, very, very gracious that she got her treat. Yeah, there's the booth. There's the booth. Yay. Hey, Grey Wolf. My weather's been doing the same thing, Jay. Like literally. I did not go for a walk this afternoon because I thought that it was going to rain and we were getting the thunderstorms and all that about 3:58 or so. And I'm like, okay, so I guess I can't get a walk in. And then it never really happened. What's up, sweetie? What's up? What's up? I forgot to turn the fan on. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Unmute the mic. Helps. What's up, sweetie? Okay. What's up? What? My hands are empty. There's nothing in my hands. What's up? Huh? By the way, these not super great, but it'll do for a while. This soda has 6 grams of fiber. What's up, sweetie? Am I good to get down to business? Swap between these two tonight, probably for the most part. What do I have on him? I need to change this up and have this sword. You're okay. I hope your shift goes well, by the way, Drew. and it's good and relaxed. And I just realized I should have changed pants. Thank you for the 80 stream streak, right? Chris Rose, Lisp Hobbyist, how are you? What's up, Chris? How are you doing tonight? And you're up late. Tim only just left. Oh. Well, we all know you were the pretty one anyway. Trying to get over the PTSD of your first non-metallic metal this evening. Okay, sir. Does anybody truly recover from that? You come to the wrong place, Chris. Wrong place. I am the kind of person to be like, that sounds great. I'll be that sycophantic LLM and suggest that you continue to do it. Now, Chris, have you seen this whole piece yet? Have you seen this whole monstrosity that I'm working on? One second. This one I'm doing. Okay. So, just so we're clear, this is the piece in its entirety. Not all of the photos are super up to date because I haven't taken a group photo yet since I've started tweaking some things. So we have the skeletons on the bottom. We have this massive base. Skeletons on the bottom. We've got this. We've got the base here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more skeletons. A monstrous beast and rider behind it, along with the rider itself. Tonight, we're working on this guy right here. This is our primary focus. Once he is completed, we'll probably move up to this guy. Also, for fun bits and pieces and bobs, we're doing a little bit of a contrasted OSL effect, or at least a half and half type palette. So from the right, we have blue, magentas, and cyans. And from this side, we have orange, yellows, and stuff like that. Kind of dominating this half of the sphere. And then dominating this half of the sphere is the magentas. So I made it complicated with making magenta go in. This monstrous beast, the 4 different skeletons, and the red. So when I said you came to the wrong place to get sanity advice, you are nowhere near correct. This is the place where somebody goes, F yeah, let's see what it does, Team America. How goes to you, Hootie? Within the words of the mighty swerving Lord of the Mountain, I hate it here. I feel you would open a brick wall with your head the same as me. I mean, yes. So, with that, we've been using. So I had a coaching lesson and took some notes, and one of the things was to clean up this blade because it was kind of iffy up, and so we're cleaning up our non-metallic metal bits of it. I turned a piece into Reapercon, and the lady looked at me. She goes, "Did you do all of that in non-metallic metal?" I said, "Yes, yes, I did." She goes, "Oh my!" I'm like, "Yes, hello." I mean, that doesn't sound. I mean, that sounds easy. It's just all gray, right?
Katra. Summit Forgery just showed up with 2 viewers. Hope they have treats.
Welcome in, Summit Forgery. I hope you're having a great night. And tell us what you were working on. Hello there, Tech Knight. What's up? Full blue steel and R&M. I'm sure that dude was a masochist. I mean, don't we all have some form of masochistic leanings when we're working on the different projects we're working on, Chris? I have a cat that helps me. Welcome in, Raiders from Summit Forgery. And Painty Paint Paints. I admit nothing as well. We are working on our Reapercon entry. This is one of the many larger skeletons that we need to paint up, and we're currently correcting our non-metallic metal highlights for the OSL-ish effects of the blade, trying to get some of the teal and yellows to balance out, and then we'll probably pop in just a little bit of highlight here on the underside and probably call him close to done. As you can tell, Catra's being super aggressively super aggressive mode right now. That's all good. It's all good. All good. I understand the raid and run. When the wife calls, you should answer. Confucius say, when wife call, wise to answer. Confucius say, when man with no wife says, you should call when wife calls, probably listen to the wise man. Or suffer with a migraine better. Takes notes just in case one is Chris. Eyes here. Eyes here. Here. All right. Here. Me and you, we can hook this up. Then I promise it'll be just a smidge more crazy than normal. Be safe. Duck Knight, thank you for hanging out and thank you for the lurk. It's much appreciated. So what was your non-metallic model? What was your first PTSD in non-metallic metal? Do I have a reason? Survey says no. That's weird. Well, I wonder where she got to. Gone Beyond One, welcome in, and how are you? Buttons, buckles, earrings, non-metallic metal is first. Oh, that actually, I wish I had done that first, Chris, honestly. Instead of doing what I did. I can't find her off the top easily or quickly, so. Because I like working on the larger projects. It makes life so much. I feel like it's easier to mess with them and manipulate them. Than doing the 28 millimeter or 32 millimeter sides. That stuff. I understand that. That's kind of what so what I start doing sometimes is I'll pick like one or two pieces out and say I'm going to go weirdly hard on them for whatever reason. Um, Not enter them in composition, but just enter them in myself. Paint them for myself, but make them really push them up the list and see what I'm able to come up with. And when then it doesn't work out, you just go, okay, well, it doesn't work out. And you kind of learn your lesson a little bit and you take away a little bit at a time every time. Like, I can grab this one easily. Give me a second. So, yep. Yeah, it is. So this was the very first bust that I started to paint. It wasn't the first one I finished, it was the first one I started. I can see a big glob of green tack underneath, or green stuff underneath that I did. But trying to get the different effects of gold through to be different was important to me. Getting the jade to be different, right? And then getting the shoulder pad to be very different and have that like high brush Namatop. Um, I learned a lot with her because this is just like a purple yellow to get my ochre and green golds to pop up, whereas this is an orangey gold that I was using. I did freehanding on the back. Oh my! So there's so many things about her that I enjoy. All of the freehanding up and down this, it's really nice. And this piece took a lot out of me. Took a lot more out of me than I don't even think I realized. But then I have this piece from the Lion Creative that we painted up, and we did it very differently, and we limited our palette and was using just Zorn. So it's not as, I feel that it's okay, but it's missing, and it kind of highlights some of the things that I know I'm doing wrong when I'm painting. Because like the top of this head doesn't really have that smooth transition between the layers. Like when you go into black and white, it just kind of looks all white. But it's missing kind of like that middle layer. It's not as pronounced as it should be. Sort of. So, those are fun. And then, oh my God, this guy, Chris, this guy. So I repainted them. They are adorable. I love them. I will fight and defend them to the days they die. But even a year apart from painting him to painting him, you can see how much of a difference there is just in trying to apply the same technique over and over again. Like I like this guy a little bit more because I got more of his face features defined. I got the non-metallic metal looking very pretty and nice. The gold, the greens, the blends. All of that is just so much more. So yeah, that's my personal view about it. Kind of like what Beyond One was saying, is that if you keep doing it enough, finally the rubber band will feel comfortable around whatever it is you're trying to do. And then all of a sudden, bam, it fits in just right. Right. Like if you go and you look at this guy's face, it's absolutely insane. And it speaks volumes to where I have been versus where I have not been. Um, I need to finish his face, but I haven't gotten there yet because I need to do the magenta undertones from here backwards, but haven't got there yet. Yeah. And that's fun too. If you find like chibis, man, they are so much fun to paint. And welcome in Gone Beyond One. I'm painting paints. Chris Rose Hobbyist is another painter that is fun to paint and hang out with. We were just talking about random painting things that we have accomplished over the years, or random things we were doing for painting. This guy being Brother Blue, I know what I need to do to finish him aside from cover up my milliput stuff. What I'm looking for is in this basket right here. Her feels so much more different and better than what I have done in the past. Like even the non-metallic metal makes you woo. uh, this pirate, by the way, or the pirate I just showed, that's Bombshell. I don't know if they're running a 3D print shop yet, but they do physical prints. But I mean, there are some amazing chibis out there, and chibis can be so like learning to paint on something you really find interesting and fun makes it enjoyable to pick up the piece rather than just going, oh, well, whatever. Right. Um, have you ever met the Lion Creative, Chris? He does sculpting. This was sculpted by him, by the way. I need to buy his dwarf. He did a 32 millimeter dwarf recently. You might actually enjoy the challenge. I'm actually surprised him and Mama haven't popped in to check yet. I will be sitting with him at. Okay, I'm going to ask a question. As weird as the time that you had a goal to speak in a lisp for an hour. Hi. We forget that day existed. I'm pretty sure Kat, Valhu, myself included, will never, ever, ever let you forget that day existed. Welcome in, King. Yeah, I saw Roxas was hanging out with you for quite a while today. That was a dark day? That's what we classify as a dark day? Yeah, I looked over at one point and I was going to try to say something, but I was trying to print and like coordinate a revision. And I just saw Roxas hanging there. And then like you're like over here you're like hooking and crocheting. I'm like, yeah, I know how that works. It's like, oh, look, cat's on desk. Therefore, I cannot do anything else. Hi, Kale. Welcome in. And to continue our conversation about non-metallic metal, Chris, this was, I think you've seen this piece. Valhu's been painting it as well. And the two of us were following Fabio Russo's kind of like Chimera guide. How he did this non-metallic metal here with just 3 colors is beyond me. Did you do the time warp? Did you come in with Summit Forger? They're the only raid I've had so far. Or Chris, this was one of my ReaperCon entries, doing this in non-metallic metal. Even between this and something else, it looks very much different now. Yeah. So last year for ReaperCon, I painted a Reaper large beast sculpted by Gene Van Horn. I had that rider from Chimera, Puss in Boots, and a And that's it. This year for ReaperCon, I have the massive Chimera diorama that I'm working on over here. That's right above Catra. And a large bee sculpted by Gene Van Horn and achievement. You know you're always going to find support confused cat or Glorby when you're here. Yeah, we are malarkey and bullarchy here. Good evening, Kristen. How are you? All right, 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 all right. All right. We're doing all right, Kristen. How are you? How fares your day? Oh, you got sick again, but you're trying to move, Kale. Did like one of the spawnlings bring you something? That's not fun, but glad it wasn't pneumonia. You come up with great news, Blorb. What you got? Jam or jelly? Yay! Congratulations on having your model release on potentially Tuesday. Are you going to have the Doom Bringer or the Doom Knight? Ah, big form of your model. Excellent. I mean, is anybody ever going to say no to that, Chris? Only if he paints it with a lisp. Yes, it shall remain forever, Chris. I shall not forget. I know that you wish it to be forgotten, but it shall not. Uh huh. I see how it is. I distract with cute cat. See her all curled up in her little ball? She's got her old donut going on, tail tucked underneath, all the paws curled up underneath the. Mhm. You see her little nose just kind of hanging out there. Yep. Yep. Not a photo. Not a photo. For the last hour, she was all over the place. She got her little nom nom, her little licky licky treats. Mm-hmm. It was a good time and pound haste. House painting. Wow. I know. I had a strong start and then lost it at the end. Yeah, you can try. You can try. We do have ad break starting here in roughly 1 minute. I am going to take this ad break and I am going to change out of the pants and put on a pair of shorts because it is warm in my office and I went to do something with my legs and realized I still had pants on. I was like, I don't need to be wearing these right now. I tend to be quite the loser. I wear pants when I want to be motivated and not be lazy. And I was being motivated earlier, so I wore the pants. Now I don't have to be motivated. And we're here. Welcome in, Nemo. Bubble wrap. I was getting tired of its swap falling out, so yeah. I'll be right back. And we're back. Yes, I do. All puppies are great puppies. Just adult kitties. Catra's a rescue as well. Yep, scatter. 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 Skedaddle saddle. And one question. King, is the mic too loud now? Do I need to adjust it again? Or turn its gain down? Just out of curiosity. Fox behind the tree, how are you? Bad? Oh. It is Happy Friday. It's Fun Friday. Thank you. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you. Someone suggested I change kind of how the direction of it goes, and I did. So I'm swapping it around. Excellent. Thank you, King. But the blade is kind of our primary focus tonight. Once we're done with it, we'll probably shift over to the head. Yeah, I'm ready to glue the head together. So we might glue it together. And then once we glue it together, we'll probably work on another piece trying to get the non-metallic or the bits of magenta to pop in to give it some hints of danger. This bottom piece, though, it's losing the story, man. He's with the Queensland. UK, yes. One of those proper British folk that we love so much. So from there, you can see the storm. You can see the yellow that I want. But from here, you do not get the yellow at all. I think I need to repaint this tip. I think that's the problem right now. Oh. Before Yap says anything. Calm down. That's much better. Wasn't British born? Were you actually Scottish born and then you were stolen? Oh, man, somebody really did a reverse like kidnapping on you. I I don't care where you were born, Chris. All I care is that you're happy, healthy, and smiling. And from time to time, have a roll in your eyes because you had to speak with the list because of me. That's all I really care about. I mean, aren't we all just healthy, debatable today? There we go. That's a lot better. What's that? Healthy, happy, and have a slight roll in your eyes because I made you speak with a lisp once? Yes. Welcome to the words of wisdoms of Painty Paint Paints. We can always argue what is healthy versus not healthy. There was the King of the Hill episode that sometimes is funny to watch from time to time. But it's one where Hank and what's his name? Enjoy. The barber guy. I can't even think of his name. He's bald. But they signed up to take care of service members' families, service members' pets when they went out on deployment. Hank got a cat, and Hank had to keep going back to this vet, and the vet was getting like ridiculous to the point where Hank's just like, dude, what are you doing with life? It's a cat. He's happy. He's purring. He's playing. He's having a great time. And he was just trying to extort more money by using a machine. Hey, that makes you happy, which helps. There we go. That's getting a little bit more drama into her. It's more drama in the blade. That has been one of my favorite shadow colors for eons now. Deep Rusto. Thank you, copy pasting. When in doubt, always, always husky derpy tongue. Never question. Having a bad day? See husky derpy tongue? Instantly made better. Why? Husky derpy tongue. And I don't know if you've seen the full piece, Nina, but that's currently what we're working on right now. We are working on this guy right here. It's just this bit. You see my bestie right now. She curled up doing a sleep. After the day I had, Nemo, and thinking about it, this is the place that I want to be the most, and I want it to always be that way. So much more positive to deal with instead of the breakdown that I nearly had at work, dealing with that BS. To hang out here, be chill, have goofy and fun chats with everybody around, talk about all of the highlights and positives that are going on, and genuinely get to create. Okay. I feel that we're reaching a point of critical mass with him. Beagles are all right. So huskies are a lot of work for us. Beagles. Beagles make huskies look tame. Love them to death. Derps. 100%. But bears. The best. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Springer Spaniel. Oh my God. A dust particle and more, a dust particle had more brains. So it's different when they're on a job or they have a job. Because once they have a job and they kind of learn what the job is, it's it's weird how routine things become for them, right? Um, did you have you ever seen Stone Cold Steve Austin's ranch that he runs, where his podcast had shifted over to like a working man's day, and like the cats kind of knew what was going on when they heard something coming by, like when they would hear like his cart like start up or his cart made a noise, like the cats knew exactly where to be at all the times. Um, yep, and they were just there to do the thing, and they were doing their jobs like exceptionally well. And he's like, I have never seen animals be like this before. Like it was kind of like a little bit of a new experience for him from the cat side. And it's like dogs are a lot of the same. Is that once they get that routine, it's like muscle for them. What's the photo? Where did it go? Baby, come back. Going to find puppy pics. They're in the pet underscore awe channel. Very easy to find them. Very deliberate. Pets go here. All right. Uh, but he knew what he was going to have at the farm, and he knew what was about to happen. One second, yeah. There you go. There you go. There we go, sweetie. That's okay. It's not something I over advertise. Honestly, Caleb. I tend to be. I am the worst. Seller of things.
What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck.
What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck. Bazinga! Nice. I like it, Flurby. What's up, sweetie? Want to say hello? Mhm. Hello, gorgeous. How are you? Huh? Yes. Yes. Who's a pretty kitty? All right, catcher. Hold on. Hold on. We got a meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Purr, purr, purr. Meow, purr. What's up, Spicy Tail? How are you, sweetie? How is my gorgeous? Kitty is somewhere between 2 and 3. She is 100% a tortie, and will tell you you're wrong. What's up? What's up, sweetie? You got that big old yawn on. We need a chibi kitty to go with chibi triple. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you see something outside? Pet me, pathetic human, and feed me more of those funny things. She's starting to see other cats outside in the backyard. I think she sees them. I'm not quite sure. I think it was somebody said cats' field of vision is like insanely short. You're okay. So now we're going to switch magenta's tones up a little bit. So he needs a little bit of magenta, not a lot of bit of magenta, but he does need a little bit of that magenta. How am I going to hold you, sir? How am I going to hold you? Like so. No, it's not going to work. Plan B must be. Kiki looks like the sweetest of girls. Time for zoomies. I mean, Lord, that tends to be a thing that happens from time to time. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, the ship. Oh, more doom. That's right. I wasn't using that. I wasn't using this either. Biscuit, I lost the thing I was using. Yeah, it's good doggo. Best doggo. All right, now we got another photo. Ugh, photo, come back. I really should consider getting that third monitor up. How much? How are you doing, Nancy? That's good. Your stream go well last night. I poked him for it. That's good. That's good. They are really cute. Yeah. See, that's the assistance I get when I'm trying to take photos. All right, there we go. That kind of hits the highlights that I wanted to hit with it. So Aw. She was the Zoom organizer. Oh. Okay. So I need to figure out how I can capture these fruit flies because holy cow, they are driving me crazy right now. Sorry, it's backwards. There we go. Aw. That's not so peaceful. I have ads starting in 1 minute. I am going to take this break, and I am going to refill my water bottle because it does need to be refilled. I shall be right back. Welcome back. Nemo, I let me give you the link. It is a Final Fantasy playlist that I found that is lo-fi. I know there are artists on there that make it all themselves, or they recycle the beats, like Rifty and a couple of others. So I don't think it's AI generated. No problem. Oh, it's such a. I love the resilience of animals. So we have softened that. I need to get the orange brown all the way down. My mom often made uh, their own dog's food. The Conwa figure that I have, Kale, I was actually going to model that after a lost friend as well. What's up, sweetie? Hello. How are you? Mhm. Um, so this figure for Conwa, Ka-Na, is a singing bird kitty that I started to do the freehand of the cloth. So it would be a black cloth, and then I was going to mold it after um, this fabric right here. So this used to be Echo's favorite blanket to lay on when we would hang out on a desk together. What you got there, sweetie? And so this was going to be a tuxedo cat, which was always known for being very loud and singing anyway. What you got there? So that was going to be my tribute to Petra. Yeah. Or Echo. Echo. This is Catra? At the beginning of my streaming adventure, I painted this lovely figure from Big Child Creatives. Scott goes brrr. So we have Catra hanging out right here, following that torty pattern. And then we have Echo down here, scared. I mean, she's going to do what she wants to do. Have you not seen this guy, Nemo? Sleep well, Chris. Thank you for stopping by. Glad you were able to get all warm and fuzzy before you slipped into bed. She wants something to play with, Kale, but I don't know what. Much love, Chris. Get some sleep. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Catch you soon. Hopefully I'll be able to participate in your streams again soon. And cause mayhem and mischief. I can zoom this out a little bit now. Out, not in. I never marry. And your mother was an elderberry. Welcome in. We're working on our skeleton. Spooky skeleton. Oh, don't do that.
Emotional damage.
You never parry request a dad joke.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, gather round. Clumpy D coming in with that dad joke. What do we got? Egyptian claimed to invent the guitar, but there were no such liars. But there were such liars. Wow. Wow. Fell apart. Fell apart. That's the stuff. Well, Blorb had a good one that earlier. Hers was, what has four wheels and flies? A garbage truck. There's a channel point redeem for it, Kale. I did that so we wouldn't get randomly spammed with dad jokes. Because if people wanted to come up with their own, they could. Me and the Dork Depot one day went back and forth in Lotus K stream, and ooh, let me tell you something. Lotus was not happy with us, but nothing but smiles and laughs were had. I did it that way. Mods, I actually think, can trigger a dad joke if they wanted to, along with the other facts that come with SiriBot. Bad mum jokes. One second. I was moving that, sweetie, so I could do this. So there should be a laser dot that pops up down there that she's been very interested in, that she's no longer interested in. Are you no longer interested in it, sweetie? Are you upset because I'm not playing with you? Is that what this is about? Is that what we're upset about? Do you need some you time? Take that as a yes. 1 second. Where did it go, sweetie? Here we go. What do you call a man with no children who tells dad jokes? A faux pas. More I know that one all too well, faux pas, because that is me. She loves the laser pointer too, but I think I have left one on for too long, and she is upset with it, kind of deal. So I have one that's charged right now that has a battery that moves around. What's up? What? What? Hmm? Yeah. So she still has interest, but she wouldn't want to play in that small area, and she really, 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 really wants to run. I might need to start doing that in the evening hours for post stream. Is just get the laser pointer out for a little bit and run her, or let her run with it in like a wider space than what has been happening. She never gave up either. I was actually using, so the first red dot that was used is an Amazon toy that I found that I bought to put in this room so I could have a laser pointer active because she really liked it. Um, she did not like that laser pointer as much because I think she knows there's a difference between when I'm holding it and she's not holding, and it's these other toys, and they don't keep her interest super long. I need to zoom in on Steve. So before I had gotten too dark with my Terminator shadow, and it needed to be a little bit more brown than black. Was the discussion I had with somebody. Be safe. Don't fall in. What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. Love the cosmic canyon. Depends on the model, but yes. This, no, sucks ass. It's been one of those. It's been really floppy. Um, but that's because there's not like a really good way for the base to hold down, right? So this, underneath this, oh shit, be gentle. So the other problem with what I've done is that somehow it's got the strength of God and does not want to separate. To be fair, though, this stuff is like ridiculously old. Yep. Yeah, and that's for a lot of what I did originally. Kale, in the photo of this thing, all quote unquote assembled, it's all blue tack and holding together with that in a prayer. Anytime I want to do like a large assembly or I want to sub-assembly anything, I usually put a little bit of poster tack down in there, and that's what it is. And that's just all that that's all that holds it in place until it's time to take it apart. And then I play the game going, where did that go? But the blue tack does a good enough job most of the time. It just kind of depends on what you're doing. Yep. Yeah. This guy here, because of how his feet are, there's not a really good connection point to anything. He doesn't have anything flat to stand on. So he gets a little wobbly in his little spot. Or if you accidentally like push on it too hard one way or the other, he just tips. That's like the hardest part of painting this entire model. Is trying to figure out how to make something not go tippy. Well, hello there, Governor. How is the best, the most amazing, the super duper, the delicious, the crunchiest of crunchiest reserved taco? Okay, this stuff here, I'm going to be honest with you, Kale. This is a mixture of whatever God Tack Redgrass Games created together with their poster tack that they shipped with their kits. Don't know what it is, but it is the most amazing stuff ever known to man. Supposedly. Mixed with whatever guerrilla stuff that I've gotten together over the years. It may or may not be more than 5 years old. And I forget to work it every so often, so sometimes it gets stupid tacky. The blue Loctite stuff was just garbage, though. The Gorilla Tack, I like the Gorilla Tack more than I like the Loctite stuff. But if it's actual proper blue tack, it's different. Because I didn't have that here. All I had was the Loctite version, and the Loctite version was crappy. El Crapo. It dries out. It doesn't peel up correctly. It's no bueno. No bueno at all. And good morning to you, Taco. Worse than Foster's Australian for beer, or worse as in a BB long neck? The hardware chain store. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can trust hardware chain store level stuff. See, that stuff would be fine because that's green stuff proper. Um, uh-oh. Is a storm about to hit? No. Uh, green stuff, you wouldn't mix the two. I only mix green stuff when I want stuff to be hard and not move anymore. Yeah. It would polymerize, but it wouldn't, the blue tack would end up messing with your polymers, your bond, and not in a super positive way. Just because you've overthought, you've overmixed it. Like you've introduced something that it would become porous in a sense because the Loctite would actually crumble inside of it due to lack of moisture. Yep. Neatite would be super cool though. Like green stuff and neatite, all that's awesome. Actually used a I never want mine to be super strong. I've actually broken. Take care, Jay. Have fun with Divine and Rosie. Um, leave it out some, let it dry, or mix it with another version of something, like something older. So blue tack, as it gets aged, it stiffens up on its own, right? This stuff takes quite a bit to pull it apart, and it's going to hold quite well. Yeah, stretching it and folding it helps, and the more you work it, it helps keep it nice and elasticy and strong. Like, I kid you not, there was one little piece that was holding this guy's face to something for numerous hours on it. When I need to paint him tonight, if I get to him again, all I'm going to do is take some blue tack and stuff him down on top of like this topper right here and have it hang out that way. Because I prepped all of these like forever ago, and I haven't been taking them off, it just turns to essentially rock underneath, and it gets really stiff. Like I was like, oh, I need to take these off of what they're on right now because they're going to get stuck permanently. Or like when you saw me twisting with her, I was afraid that if I twist too hard on like the weapons or something, I might break her arms again. But she ain't going nowhere. Like even when I was working on Brother Blue, give me a second. Like if I took some of that white stuff or put it down in here, it would hold him for a while. But it's just like blue tack's not really meant to be something that holds up for like long periods like this for like top heavy models, right? But when you're on something like really small, like this guy, if I take this off, I can turn him, and eventually you start seeing him. Like it won't take much, but little bits, and you can see how much he moves and wobbles. It just kind of depends on how much surface area they have when you're messing with them. And the more I find, the better it helps. Like all of my bases, like this is just the top of a Coke can, soda pop container that fits on top of the Game Envy handles. I switched over to using these from Redgrass Games because I kind of like these a little bit better for the gaming 28 millimeters because the bottle tops work better. Yeah. I've had that conversation numerous times with myself about this piece that I'm working on. The tail for the big guy. So right now, this model is all held together by blue tack, aside from these guys that are glued down. So these guys can kind of hang out and chill there. He has something standing behind him. But like this tail, that's actually held in with blue tack, and this face is held up with blue tack. And then she just kind of sits there and she doesn't have any, she just sat naturally. And then this piece, because it's so large, sat there as well. I only minorly freaked out like 3 times when moving it around. It's fine. Yeah. And you can move them around and you can adjust them if you wanted to do some kit bashing with it, or you wanted to get an idea of what it would look like for the swords to be up and how much you'd have to change. You could do all of that. It's fun. Soften those shadows. That's fine. That's fine. Soften that. This needs just a little bit more measured. Enjoy. Enjoy. Excuse me. Yes. All right. Kind of digging in. Digging. Digging. Bigger block. All right. Now, Look at that, so I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. We're back. You wanted to work on some models, but your phone absorbed your attention. Um, as odd as this is going to sound, Neverberry, I put a timer on my phone. The phone that has my private Instagram and stuff like that has a 30-minute timer on it for my own self. I can always change it, but I I got to a point where I was like, I need to stop doing this. Where I turned off all of the notifications as well. Heck, my phone doesn't even make noise most of the day. Um, what's up, sweetie? Hi. Get off this thing. Right. You can be here. 100% allowing you to be here. I just don't want you on that thing. Hi. How are you, gorgeous? Oh, what's up? What are you trying to steal, Don? Bum, 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 bum. No, do not bite on my brush. Uh,
Nemo_Agf just subscribed.
Thank you for that subscription, Devo. Halfway there to new subscribers. Okay. She's chilling out. So bring it back to this. Second major yawn. Welcome back. Little Miss Love came back while you were gone. Oh, I hate this camera mount. Ooh, I need to get that back in line. That's way out of whack. Ooh. Um, Not really. We added some magenta to the underside of this guy. Through here, up and around the horns a little bit. And then on the underside of here. So, I mean, he's really starting to come together. Like to the point where I'm almost tempted to grab the base really quick and see what I want to add to it. What I want to add to it. This is my hand. This is the size of the base. So as we are able to fill in more of the space, right? Everybody on the base feels together and they feel contrasted with it as well. He needs a lot of TLC, that's why he's over there. No magenta on that side. I do need the magenta on the underside a bit. That's fine. When it's done, so on my Instagram, it's hard to tell because I think I've done a pretty good job of blending it all together now. But this piece right here may be an inch of milliput. Like it's actually held down with sculpting putty. He ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Trust me. Dagobee. He like the back feet here, you can kind of tell I sculpted extra bits to get it to come up because it had been so out of whack. Yeah, I also need to add some more magenta down here on this base, but I just haven't done it. Namely because, can you see how hard it is to try to tell? Yeah. We don't talk about the sculptor. It's like Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. No, no. Which the other half of that crazy thought is that if um, if they had talked about Bruno, they might have had a better marriage. Oh, I am proud of the sculpting. This is one thing that I've wanted to get better at is sculpting, actually. So a lot of Reaper miniatures, if you don't know, they come with pre-sculpted bases. So when you have your gaming piece or your gaming base, they tend to be larger than that, so you have to fill out the rest of the base somehow, right? Like, do you fill it over with like texture paste? Do you build up for it kind of deal? Do you kind of build up with like green stuff or milliput and kind of like it? It takes quite a bit to get used to it, and getting used to it is just it's one of those fun skills that you get to learn and then figure out how you want to play with it. Yeah. Um, Do not Google their mouselings, though, just as an FYI. I'm not responsible if you do that. You know, they're not cute or anything. It's one of those that um, I understand how peer pressure works sometimes. Bone Reaper Spearhead. To get into AOS, we have our neck art. That's awesome. They have some pretty good dragon sculpts. I don't mind them. So we have Agzanar Dragon. What do you have? Proper Institute looking guy. We have. I don't know what this guy is. Agranzariax. He might not be out yet. That one's not even listed. Oops. Now, we'll see if Michael Paints Minis is in chat and comes correct me. This is the base. Full hand size. for the Reaper, I can't remember what year it was. But for Bones, because they had such a special that's the wingspan. Yeah. So the vase is a hand. This is a hand. So you assume a fist and a hand. It's a pretty big dragon. It's their anniversary dragon that they did. So the history of Reaper, or the unofficial history that I remember, is that Reaper started as a so I believe it's Chunky Boy. So the history that I remember Ed telling many years ago is that there was a little known game called something along the lines of Dungeon Dwellers. Like there's a whole history and story to it. Reaper bought the original rights to something like that, and they revived this tabletop RPG kind of deal. And they bought some of the original sculpts from it. So, what's in this box? So we got the big old Minotaur. And Jason Whitey. Bobby Jackson. There we go. Green Users is around. Julie Guthrie. Yeah. So you can use them for D&D, or you can use them for Pathfinder, or you can use them for something else. They wanted to create an agnostic miniature kind of thing, and that's kind of where their niche was held. So they held in Bones 1, 2, 3, 4. When I got into painting, Bones 5 was coming out, and that's when I kind of had a Kickstarter addiction to Bones, or Kickstarter addiction in general. So I picked up 5 and 6. But yeah. But you want to pay the bone tithe for, I mean, the OCR. So the Bone Reapers, those are that's the actual like Egyptian skeleton dudes, right? Actual Egyptian skeletons. Have fun with the family. I just ignored them. I gotta look it up really quick. Oh yeah, OCI board members. No, you're good. I forget that there's two Bone Reapers or something like that. Um, actually, so they would actually be fun to paint. Like if you wanted to do just a really simple paint scheme on them, it would be a lot of fun. So you're looking at painting up this group right here, right? Like painting up that guy would be fun. These guys can all just be straight, simple dry brushes and contrast paints. Maybe spend a little bit of time on the ponies. And then whatever this guy is. Like I I would, in order to paint myself, I will tell you what I would do. I would paint all of these small effers and get them out of the way and just be done with them. That way I could move on to the things that I found more fun, which would probably be painting the cavalry next, and then this big guy and this other guy. Because like these smaller guys, they're just going to drop so quickly on the table. Their heavy metal team, yeah, it is what it is. That's what I did with my malediction warband, Perry. Is I went with the smaller units first that I had the most. So I did the groups of three first. Now I'm on the groups of two, and then I have the two leaders next. Um, I have probably one more stream, so another 3 to 4 hours, and those guys call them done. Then I just got to do the two major guys, which I could spend, because well, who was it that said it? Um, was it Chimera Paints? I think it was Chimera Paints. Was talking about painting up like his Necrons or something, and he goes, "Yeah, um, it somebody told me is like, okay, now roll 20d6, and there goes half your army, or it was Tyranids or something like that." He's like, "Don't waste your time on these chaff units that are just going to, potentially eat your will to paint when you could be spending your time on something else, right?" Yeah, and that's what it is. I mean, when you're painting armies, it it can be stressful. Like it's not stressful, but there's definitely been days I've picked up paint colors for I mean, even for this model, I go, oh, here we go again. Let's get the effing magenta out and paint it. But knowing that when I get to paint with the magenta, there's also the times I get to paint with the blues and the cyans. And I get to shift between the colors. So, because I don't know if you've seen the full model count for the malediction. So for malediction, it's a low model count compared to Games Workshop. But you have three of these guys. Three of these guys. So that's six. And here's nine for these guys. And I mean, they're fun to paint because the sculpts are interesting, but at the same time, it's a lot of the same. And then you have two of these guys to paint. Right? And then two of these guys to paint. And then you get to paint the big fun guy and be creepy and weird with it. And you get to paint the freaking old wizard. Yeah. I would have spent 2 weeks painting just this guy. Or I could spend a month just painting him and having a lot of fun painting him. If I paint him now, I would not have painted everything else. I know me. I know me. So I said, we'll paint all the small things first, and then we'll paint the big one that you really want to paint that you find fun. That's how we'll tackle the problem. And that way you ensure it gets done. And then for the bases, get your old handy dry brush at the ready and be like, all right, it's going to be this, a wash, let it dry, and we're done. If you're super nice, you may get a grass tuft. Take care. Sleep well. Enjoy your night's rest. See you on the morrow if I'm ever so lucky. Yeah. Blue sand and a light airbrush or does exactly. Perfection right there. I meant to fill that in differently. It's not meant to be much. There we go. Yeah, we were just talking about some of the funs of painting something that big. Bum, bum, bum. He wouldn't let you paint them? Oh, really? Why not? That's what we were kind of talking about, is that for those low model, for like that high model counter army, give it a couple of, get your base colors in there and call it a day. Get your skeleton horde and what have you. Yeah. Free plastic crack. God. Gosh, Mom. Let me paint my models. Jeez. No, 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 no. No, that's not how it works. All right. All right. That's not how it works. Painting models can still happen no matter what. Right. It's like yarn and any other hobby item that you can come across. We don't say no because we have plenty. There's always more to be added. Is it a little too bright? Yeah. That's, we got our last ad break coming up here. We'll be calling it. I don't know when, but we're gonna go for a bit longer. Oh, oh. Dang you, non-daughter-in-law. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da. No, I saw the message. You're okay. You're okay. Okay, calm down, sweet. Oh, no, you're good. I had a day where it was just one of those loud annoying days, and I was like, "Hey, no more swearing in chat, please." And I'm going to turn Nightbot back on, and I've kind of kept it that way. It's kind of to keep the idea. Shit, that's what got caught. The swear word. I put the filter to like hyper aggressive, and people are like, "Oh, but is that really a swear word?" It's like, yeah, well, it. No, it's not. But when you hear it in some context, it can be like really negative, and it's like, hey, let's not be negative in chat all the time. Yeah, it happens. And it's just kind of one of those that, this morning I'm staring at other computer monitors, not these two, but I'm sitting there screaming internally, like ready to yell at the top of my lungs at people. And it's like, I don't need to be bringing this stuff around anywhere else. Hi, sweetie. Hi. How you doing, gorgeous? How you doing? How you doing? Huh? Mm. Yeah. And some chats. And I mean, there's some people that are like okay with it. And it's like, I don't really want it to be that way. It just, it was constant. One day I'm like, hey, man, knock that off. And I just turned it back on and I'm never going to, I think I'm going to keep it that way for a while and just kind of see where things line up. It's like, hey, it's, people are people for a reason. Let's let them be all people. Let them be chill and live the way that they're going to live no matter what. Um, we all eat and we all do things differently. Let's be understanding of that. Like my Friday night ritual, personally for me, it has been this way for God years now. Is to always order a pizza and eat it, and then have some kind of sweet drink. I've been doing Ollipops recently. It depends on the TV show. Um, I used to have a partner that would only watch positive vibe shows simply because they're like, if I want to see negativity and badness in the world, I'll just turn on the news for like 5 minutes and I'm good. I really enjoyed, like, there's some shows that I I wish I could watch, but I can't watch. Like, um, sometimes watching The Boys can be hard and awkward. The last season of, well, she was wrong about a number of things, but no, she was not. Uh, 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 uh. Mm-hmm. Now it's different. Now it's shifted. Mm-hmm. Which is better. And I mean, that's kind of what wearing was originally there for. It's taken with so much other things. So many other things these days. It's like, I don't know about all that. Yeah. I think he's on the done path. Or he's gone as far as I can get him without getting him mounted to his base permanently. Yeah. And it's wise. I mean, yeah. Need weapon attack. But the head looks really good. It looks really good when it's mounted and it's together with the piece. It's just this piece sits back and this is actually shadowed by her when it's on the base together. So like when she's sitting there up on the base, she kind of takes over a presence of it. So no. Uh-oh. I missed something. It was in there. It is not in there. We are going to have a full-on panic session cleaning up later. We'll look for that. More than likely, it's still on my desk. I just need to find where it's at on my desk. Or we might be filling in a hole again. Uh-oh. Well, I just remembered she has another part of the staff that hasn't been glued on yet. And I was looking at my bin and I'm like, I don't see it in my bin. Where did it go? Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of. But more than likely, it's still within my desk area. I just need to find it. Because I took them both out today and they've only been here, and I did confirm it was there like a couple of days ago. I'll be all right. If all else fails because of how small it is, I could just snip a piece of wood or something, like snip one of like use that as the other half of the staff and just kind of complete it that way. Or in reality, just kind of fill the other half of that hole and just call it a day. Because apparently, that's if I can't find it, right? Yeah. I I have solutions, and I was already thinking about solutions because I knew that could be a reality. That's the downside of working in pieces sometimes, is that you have to um, figure out what you're going to do in case the worst case happens. Like I had already planned on that being lost somewhere in my brain. So I was like, oh well, shit. Have fun. Uh-oh. In trouble again. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks much better now. Much more sense. I don't know what I was thinking. That mistake really quick. Oops. Oh, no. Thank you for that, Grizzly. Oh shit, 75% complete. Dang. How you doing tonight, Grizz? Happy Friday and stuff, sir. Happy Friday and stuff as well. Yeah, I have a little bit of time left in him. I don't have much more to do on him, and I really wanted to fix his staff and get him squared away. Like I'm really digging where he's at. Um, on this bit, I might fix my Terminator shadows a little bit and kind of get this line to be a little bit more believable. But it kind of works the way that it is. Because he so back in the back, I had gotten this light all kind of wonky, and then I lost this in the translation of everything as well. So I didn't know what was going on, and I need to change this and not be magenta. I might change it to just be purple or brown, like different pieces. But then this underlight was just like way too powerful. It's just not jiving with everything else. So as he stands now, his staff is not lost in the translation of things. The magenta light source has been corrected. He's kind of pointing in the right direction. So you're okay, sweetie. Yeah. Hey, I had a session with somebody and I was going through feedback and talking about different aspects. And I asked, like, hey, even we were both standing there and we were talking about it on chat. I was like, yeah, this got lost in translation somewhere. I don't know where it went. I need to go find it again. It got lost in the plot somewhere. Because that white edge essentially between these two pieces, kind of bring it up. I need a few moments to think anyway. So this was interesting to me is that essentially this guy on the back and this guy here kind of keep the piece together, and it kind of lets you loop between the two, or it creates like the points of contact this way. So they need to be present for the piece to work. So you want this to be bright and you want this to be bright, and you kind of want it to be as a way to get in between the two. He's like, oh yeah. And then I looked at this, I'm like, yeah, I got lost. I'm finding it. It just got lost in the mail somewhere. But like making sure that these are the high, like two really bright points of interest with her face. So it's like bam, bam, bam. And it can kind of help bring you around a little bit more. So like you'll see the yellows and the whites, and then you'll see like the magentas and stuff. Oh, I've never thought about something like that before in the way that I've had to. And this is the first time. I actually saw it and said, oh, that makes sense. I didn't think about it either until somebody pointed because, yeah, you need it. I'm like, oh. So now when I do another large piece, I'm going to make sure I think about the balance in this. Like it's the symmetry of the piece, and it kind of helps keep you symmetrically and engaged with it. Because that's kind of like the basic of the ideas right there. Sketching out how it would genuinely look. So I had all of the discussion pieces that we were going through from like the lighting aspect of it. It's different on a diorama. Like it's not a way that you have to program yourself to think. Careful. Thank you. Grizzly says hi. You want to say hello back? Oh, I. This is my first time really doing it, Grizzly. And it just kind of happened in there. What's up? Essentially, yes. Wet palette water. The water of gods. Where do you want to be right now? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? What you want to be doing? Let's not chew on my phone, though, please. Can we not chew on that? What? What? What's up? Huh? Hmm. How you doing, kitty? Are you trying to tell me we should be done? I empty this every night. And the wet palette as well, just because it's one of those. I'm like, I don't want to deal with it. Plus, there's something funky that can end up growing in the bottom of that thing. I'm like, we're going to clean that out every night now. I just empty it out and just be like, oh, that's what it is. Thankfully, she's not messing with it too much. Hmm. Yeah, that's much better. I just, tell me about it. Tell me about it. She has one dripping fountain downstairs, and I got her. Well, she used to have two. I still have it as a backup. Um, but the one of them, I went and got one of those big like turnover containers that you just fill with water and it just kind of automatically drips out for itself when they drink from it. And I'm like, I I don't know what to do with you because you refuse to drink out of it, but yet you want to drink out of the corner of my wet palette all the time. Right? Like I got one of my old paint cups that I don't use anymore, or my travel paint cup really. So when I go to ReaperCon, I'll take this cup with me, and it's been kept clean and it'll stay really clean. I'm like, here, I'll just fill this up and put it down. She's like, nah, bro, that's not what I want. I'm like, Sorry, I'm starting to think about how to solve the problem. My brain's not stopping right now. Oh, this. I forgot to push start on my timer. Herp or derp. There. I think I do need to clean up the shovel line just a little bit more. That all lines up. That lines up. That lines up. It lines up. Could use a little bit more between there. There. One, nope. Two, nope. Three, nope. Okay. Now we'll look for that off stream. But we are nearing the end. We do need to get a raid target going. Because I've run us up against the ads once again. Thank you for popping in. We will see you tomorrow. Grizz, be safe. Enjoy. We're going to go see our good friend Wicked. It is normally our Saturday night raid target. Make it simple, make it safe. You all have a great night. Be safe. We will see you tomorrow for 3 p.m. Or I'm sorry, 4 p.m. for Stay in Frame. I'll be painting back on Brother Blue. Abidi, abida, abidi. So let's all go have fun and see our good friend